everything is where we need it to be. Let's move this over here and get this going. That's good. That works. Okay, let's hit the button. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello. Happy Thursday. Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you're all doing well. I hope everyone is having, well, I hope you're having a good day. Whether it is a holiday for you or not, I hope you are taking care of yourselves, getting some good food, maybe spending some time with some special people, and just generally having a good fall evening, you know? And hello, lurkers. Hello, VOD watchers. Most especially for the VOD squad, it won't be Thanksgiving by the time you see it, but I hope you had a good one. So, the plan today, we worked on the free run perspective meme on Tuesday. We had some extra time and I just wanted to knock it out. I wanted to give it a shot. I was pretty happy with how it went, so I don't know. I figure we'll just take this evening and we shall just work on that. Yes. Actually, to that end, let me find the soundtrack. I feel like that would be a good BGM. I seen them posting trailers for the second season. They've got a couple of trailers out now, and that's great. I'm not gonna watch them. I don't know, stuff like this, I'm just like, I appreciate the announcement. Just let me know when episode 1 is gonna be, and I'll watch it then. Which reminds me, I haven't watched Mighty 9 yet. I need to get on that. Apparently the first episode's really good, so I definitely want to, but I have not yet. Alright, why don't we just go ahead and jump right on into it. Alright, we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna do that. And let's keep going. Okay, where do I want to start with this? First things first. I actually think the blue is fine. I just want to make it less saturated. Maybe a little bit darker? A little bit darker. Just so it doesn't quite like disagree or fight with the warmer underlying tones. Her albedo, so to speak. Okay, I know what we can do here. I'm just seeing there's like a little gap that's gonna happen. I'm like, please don't. We can just fill it in like this. We can do sort of a temporary filler, right? A supporting line. That should do it. For multiple, so then we do that. And then that. There we go, perfect. You love to see it. Okay, and then just for the sake of argument, I'm just gonna use a clown fill. Hello, Sonic. Happy Thanksgiving. What's the good news? What's the good word, Jim? The Midnight? I know the band. I do not know an online store called The Midnight. Okay, and then... got a restock of cassettes. Nice. I take it it's time for some Black Friday shopping then? I'm not sure if I'm gonna end up buying anything. I'm in the market for a monitor. I don't need a new monitor is the thing, right? Like, all my monitors are doing fine. It's just, I don't know, 1440p would be nice. I don't really want or care about 4K. I feel like it's just sort of a technical demand that is unnecessary. But I am. If I can get it at a reasonable price, I think I'll be fine with buying it. I just don't want to... I don't like spending a lot of money when I don't have to. Okay, yeah, so it was the Midnight Store. Got it. Oh, cool. I'm glad they got the... I'm glad they got the sock back in. Well, they are pretty high quality, so I can understand it being worth the price. Right, let's do that. That looks pretty good. Admittedly, the tones are close enough. I could just like start low and go high, but I'll flush it in with the proper neutral albedo in a little bit. It's just easier. There's a lot of very pale colors, so trying to like block them in and make sure that everything goes where it needs to is harder than it needs to be. So it's nice to just use a little bit of clown color when I'm blocking. There we go. Yeah, hope you've had a good day, Sonic. Good feasting day. Let's see, and then ironically, this would be better served to be yellow, but it's what it is. I don't know, I think someone last stream was saying like the best way to shop monitors is to use your own eyes and see which one gives you the best quality picture you can, which I would certainly like to, but I don't know if I'm gonna, you know, go to the store that they're actually going to have the two monitors that I have that I'm looking at in stock or not. If they do, that would be great, but it's kind of a big if, you know. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. And then we're gonna go up here. We're gonna do eyes. Goal The goal, we'll see how well we do, is to finish this tonight. I don't want this to be a really long project, I just thought it would be a fun thing to do this evening, you know? And there we go. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and give that its proper color, right? And then we can go ahead and get the right colors for the outfit as well. Just because that yellow is... burns my eyes. Okay. Get the red. For her various little baubles. And I think the last thing is going to be the eye color. Well, and the proper skin tone. Good. Alright. That looks pretty good. See, let's get the tone in for the eyes. So she's got a nice, sort of like sea green, a little bit warmer than sea green, like a pale forest. And then there's a little yellow accent along the bottom of the iris, sort of a pale yellow. Nothing really fancy for the pupil. So I think we'll just leave that as it is, and then the shading can get the darker part of the green. There is a reddish highlight along the top of the iris, but I think I'll leave that out, just sort of given the angle and everything. I think it doesn't quite... I don't think we quite reach it. Oh, fuck it, why not? Let's just bring it in. A little bit right along here. Like that. Good. Okay. Alright, so then a couple more things just to block in. Skin tone. Need the background color. That'll do. Okay, and then we're gonna get a little bit of temperature in here so she looks less like a fucking zombie. Someone is just laying on their car horn outside. Like, whatever you're wanting it to do, I don't think it's doing it, buddy. Okay. That looks pretty good. So now the question is, do I want to do... Let's try using a cooler shading. I think it makes sense with the lighting. We'll see how it plays. Yep. I shouldn't have did that. I don't know why I color sampled. I should not have did that. Okay. I'm thinking about the shading on the underside of the jaw. We're gonna need to start actually approaching that in a minute, which is always fun. Okay, so a little bit right up there. And then you can kind of come down like that. I think I need to bring the hair a little bit farther forward. We'll get that. Easier to do in the paint over than to try and correct it at this point. Okay. There we go. Alright, that looks pretty good. Then let's just get in here with the eyes as well. Make sure we hit that up. Yeah, I still don't really like how the shape of this eye works, but I think once we sort of get in there with the eyelashes and everything, we can clean it up in a way that makes more sense. I think it'll be fine. Let's check something. Go. There we go. Less reliance on the full-blown shadow color in a lot of places, right? And so we can get this nice sort of reddish mid-tone in the softer parts. Go. Okay. I'm gonna make my palette really quickly. Looks pretty good. A little bit of highlight along the top of the collar. And through here. Just to get a little bit of breakup right, and then on the gemstones as well. Okay. I dare say that works pretty well. I think this is a good setup. Anything that isn't working out about it, we can figure out later. There we go. Okay, I like that. Let's take this and we're just gonna warm it up, saturate a bit, just to get something in the underneath. Something to put in there. And get a few of these higher contrast areas nailed down. think the shading could be a little bit more desaturated, just so it doesn't quite hit it as hard as it is right now. Yeah, it feels a bit better. Go. Yeah. Okay, let's do this, because I was looking at it earlier. Let's bring the hair more forward, so that it frames the side of the face better. I think I kind of missed the mark on that. So I can go more like that. It's definitely better. Okay, yeah, I see. So actually the base of the ear should be more visible. I'll probably cut that in a little bit. Alright, that's not too bad though. Yeah, we can just bring this out a little bit further, just a hair more. We're gonna bring that around like so. And then I can use this to sort of knock back some of the hair where it's gone too far around the side of the head. Do that, and then clean this out. And then we'll just sort of fill in the rest of the shape of the ear as we need to. There we go. Okay, yeah, and then this kind of would go around the sides of the ear like that. I started doing some PT exercises today, which were surprisingly difficult. Turns out when you try and do exercises that target very specific muscle groups, they tire out pretty quickly. But I don't know. I'm very excited about it. Like, I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm really hoping that it helps a lot. There we go. Yeah, that feels better. Oh, what the shit? What? What? Jin, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. Hello, Jin. For those of you who don't know, I don't know. For anyone who doesn't know, I guess there are gonna be some raid message. Hello, everyone. My name is Jisei Kaiga. I'm a Jupiter Brain Cell VTuber, and I'm currently drawing one of the cutest elves of all time. Thank you, Jin. Let me give you a shout out really quickly. Did you finish Ocarina? Is it done? Hello everyone. Wait, let me go back to the top. Let me say hi to everyone. Hello user, hello Ali, hello Jin, hello Pachita, hello Firesoul, hello Mage, hello Thanatos, hello Cryhard. Hello Ultimate. We finished it. I'm glad. Well, let me ask first. Did you like it? It seemed like you liked it, even as there was a lot of A lot of shenanigans occurring. Defeated Zelda and Kiss Ganondorf based. Well, Paragon. Legend of Poxa is at rest for now, but it shall continue. Well, boss, it was good overall. Really liked it. Probably one of the favorite games I played recently. Nice. I'm glad. Zelda is one of my favorite series. I have very fond memories of Ocarina of Time. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I look forward to hopefully seeing you play more of them for sure. But yeah, congratulations. Great work today, and thank you for streaming. I know I don't always get to chat a lot, you know. Usually I'm watching while I'm at work, so I gotta, you know, be taking meetings or just focusing, but I always enjoy getting to hang out in your streams. If you or any of the raiders gotta get some rest, get something to eat, late Thanksgiving dinner, just a little after stream self-care, please feel free to. Yes, good reminder, we gotta do some of that. But you're all very welcome to hang out. We did a little bit of we did a little memeing on Tuesday and got this sketched out, and I was like, you know what? I think it went pretty well. So we're just gonna try and do a little speed paint for tonight. And that reminds me, I did not pour my tea earlier. Yeah, I hope you have all had a very good Thanksgiving. I hope everyone has eaten well, had a nice day off, even if it is not Thanksgiving for you, even if you're not American. I hope you have had a good Thursday and still got something good to eat. Let's see. What are we blocking in next? There you are. It's been a pretty quiet day for me. Kind of got everything ready to go earlier. I was working on some stuff for next month. Gotta get some of the decorations and everything ready to go. So that's about done. Mostly just, I don't know, saving out a couple versions, get snacky and rest. Alrighty, Jen. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Get some very good food and get some very good rest, and hopefully the cats stop being little gremlins. Or maybe that's just gotta be in the gremlin. There we go. Go. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. I remember, so the first boss I beat in Ocarina of Time was not Gama, it was King Dodongo. Because I was too scared of Gama, and my brother had to beat it for me. I just gave him the controller and he beat the boss for me. So it wasn't until Dodongo's Cavern that I actually beat a game boss, beat a Zelda boss for the first time. Free Reign is really good. It is phenomenal anime. It is one of my favorites, and they have announced season 2. So I'm very excited for that. I haven't watched any of the trailers yet, just because, I don't know. It's like, I know season 2 is happening. I'll just wait for it to happen. And I will witness it and behold it and enjoy it then. I really want to give me any like clues into what's happening, you know? I don't know, sometimes trailers get really spoiler happy. I'm just like, don't do that. Just let me enjoy it when it happens. But yes, highly recommend Freerun. So, it's really interesting because a lot of anime gets adapted from light novels or from manga, right? And in Freerun's case, I believe it was just a manga. I don't believe there was a light novel version. If there was, I'm not aware of it. When did the cat ears happen again? No. When did that happen? Who did this? I did this! What was I gonna say? Oh, right. Some people will be real, like, manga purists of like, oh, the manga's better, just read that. You're waiting for the season, just go read the manga, go read the light novel, whatever. Freerun to me is one of those series where everybody that was involved in it went completely ham on their responsibilities, right? So like the music is phenomenal, the voice acting is great, the animation is great. And to me, it's one of those cases where everyone involved put in such a great job that, like, that is the experience that I want to have with it, you know? Which is not to say that the manga is not good, but I appreciate the combined effort that went into the anime. And I want to continue to enjoy it that way, you know? Like, I very nearly bought the manga for Dress Up Darling just because it seemed like season 2 was not going to happen. I hadn't heard anything about it, and I was like, well, I guess this is going to be the only way to continue the story, but I held off once I saw that the anime did get renewed. And hopefully it'll get another season. I don't know how long that series actually is. But I need more of it. I love those two idiots. They're both so pure and so dumb. What color? Okay, so the borders of the iris do not really have a particular color or anything to them, so I think we're just going to take this sort of like really deep sea blue and just wrap around with that. There we go. Still not really happy with this eye on the far side, but wait, hang on. Okay, yeah. We take this. We're gonna sort of thin this iris or the pupil out a little bit more. See if that helps us sort of rationalize what's going on. Maybe it will. Probably it won't. Actually, it's not bad. Not bad. Okay. Okay, hang on. We're getting somewhere with it. Possibly. I think it's the intensity of the lensing, right? As the eye sort of wraps around to that extreme. And creates bizarre perspectives. Getting there. Are we there yet? No. But we're getting there. Okay. I like that. Now I'm wondering if this eye needs to actually like shift over a little bit. Like go that way. To sort of line up with it a bit better. You know, let's do that. I'll grab this. Yeah. Alright, cool. Let's drop that in. I'm gonna grab just a little bit of this to bring in right here. What's she doing there? Alright, cool. Got it. Alright. Yeah, I feel like that works better. I feel like the far eye is getting a little bit more grounded, makes a little bit more sense in general, and then the near eye is sort of aligned better. Okay. Good. lurking while I was watching while cleaning after dinner. Yes, I'm doing the free run meme. Hello, turtles. Good to see ya. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope the dinner and the cleaning went well. Yes, we're doing some good, honest practice of some challenging perspectives. I don't know. This is a top tier meme, in my opinion. I always enjoy the memes that encourage people to be creative and actually discuss things, actually have a conversation, and not just, I don't know, like obviously it's fine to just share images around, it's fun, but I feel like the really good ones are the ones that people like actually talk about and engage with. You know what I mean? That was good. That was really sweet. I appreciated the show of support, right? But yeah, there was like obviously the person posted it and there was a lot of lol. Look at this, and then you know people came out and were like, nah shit dude, you tried to do like the hardest perspective to draw. It's totally fair. I think for a lot of people the answer of how do they draw that perspective is they don't. they just try not to depict characters at that angle, so you don't have to worry about it. Myself included. Yep, my character just has a freaking Space Marine neck. They're just too bulked up. They cannot turn their heads. They've got Batman syndrome. On that subject, so I mentioned the other day that I had a very good visit with the doctor. It was one of those instances of like, this is how doctor visits should go, right? So I had a not so great run-in with a doctor earlier, right? I tried to explain to them sort of what was going on, and I felt kind of dismissed, right? I felt like I was trying to describe the pain that I was experiencing, and they seemed not particularly interested. But they did refer me to get some x-rays done, so it's like, all right, I'll do that. I did the x-rays, and the results came back, and they said, there's nothing wrong with your knee. Your knee is fine. I'm like, okay, well that's good news, I guess, but it also doesn't explain why it hurts. But I got this appointment scheduled, and I went to see them on Wednesday. Yes, yesterday. I'm so freaking confused what day of the week it is. But, you know, I sat down with them and I sort of explained what I was experiencing, and they kind of nodded and they were like, okay, yeah, interesting. And then we sort of ran through a couple of things where they just kind of like felt the knee and had me do a couple of different exercises and whatnot. And it's like, okay, it seems like it's this. And basically what they explained is, or as the x-rays indicated, there's nothing wrong with like the structure of the knee, right? The bones are fine, the muscles are strong. You know, I'm always doing all that and running and bike riding and shit. So I got the muscle, I have the bone, but the muscles aren't firing quite right because I hurt the knee a long time ago and it's sort of been off since then. So the muscles are just pulling a little bit in the wrong way, which causes the kneecap to grind against the bone. Thankfully, so far, not enough to have actually damaged it, as the x-ray indicates, but, you know, better to sort of fix that now before it does become more physicalized damage. So, yeah, he gave me a few exercises to go through, and then gave me a referral for therapy. So I have to get that scheduled, but it's like, this was really good, right? This gave me an actual understanding of what's going on and a plan on how to deal with it. And I'm like, damn, that's just like a perfect doctor visit. Why can't they all be like this? So yeah, obviously it wasn't, you know, some sort of like miracle solution. Everything is fine and dandy, but typically not how medicine works anyway. So the fact that we sort of know what to do going forward is like, yeah, that's great. I'll take that. Take that any day. Okay, so I'm gonna soften up her jawline a little bit, right? Just because this shouldn't be like when you're doing the block out, when you're doing the setup, it's fine to sort of have a really stiff edge along the jawline just to keep the geometry of it logical. But you know, as you start to actually shade it and make it more natural, you want to soften that. Let the colors really sort of shift from one to the other. Unless you're trying to do something like Terra Chad, where everything is just right angles and sharp edges. But I suppose you would leave that as a sharp form, but for our purposes, we're gonna do something more natural. Y'all are stuffed stupid on turkey and other such foods. Is there gonna be any shopping plans for y'all tomorrow? Y'all gonna brave the crowds and come home with the fat food, or are you just gonna say fuck it? I might go try and find a monitor. I might. We'll see. Think about it, but not a huge Black Friday. No, that's totally fair. And a few times I've gone out Black Friday shopping and kind of regretted it. Ain't leaving the house until Monday morning when you get back to work. That is also more than valid. Yeah, I don't know. If it seems like the Best Buy, the closest Best Buy has the monitors that I'm sort of choosing between, I might go over and take a look and see if I want to get one of them, but that's kind of about it. And frankly, my plan, if I do decide to go, like it is within driving distance, but my plan is to instead drive over to the train station, because that way I can just take the train over to the Best Buy and not have to figure out parking. Yeah, driving through Black Friday and parking in Black Friday are like the two shittiest parts of the whole thing. And if I can just ride over there, get my stuff, carry it back, and you know, drive the little way home, I would rather do that. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. Not a lot that I'm really looking to pick up right now. And the monitor's just kind of a would be nice. It's not... I need it. I could use another hard drive. The battle for storage space is always a losing battle. It's looking pretty good. Let's flip it. Let's flip it and double check our logic. Okay. 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 Give me a second. I'll do a draw over. Okay, so I feel like the pupils are lining up pretty well. If I wanted to skew this a bit more with the perspective, we see one of the eyes is a little bit high. So I think we can bring it down. I think we can stretch it a little bit and bring it down. Let's do that. I'm just gonna create a nice merged version of the eye right here, right? Delete everything else. The fuck are you doing? Oh, you've got a little bit of, got like 3 pixels attached there. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna bring this back just so that we can have a nice like point of reference, right? So we want that to go about yay far, and maybe shift it down just a little bit. And then mask it out so we can see what it's sort of doing around behind the nose. Yeah, see how much that feels better. That feels better. I like that. I'm gonna do one thing on top of this is we're gonna go back into the paint over, and I want to extend the brow out a little bit. I feel like right now it's kind of not white, framing the shape of the eye the way that I would like it to. So just nudging it a bit farther forward, right? Like so. I think that'll do. Yes. Yeah, honestly, the whole vacation that I've been on has been not a lot, right? I've just been working on drawings. I think at one point I counted I had like 7 works in progress that I was trying to knock out, and I'm like, this is not okay. I need to have not this many. So yeah, a few of those are completed now. And you guys will get to see them next month, which is in a week. Yeah, a couple other things that I'm hoping to have wrapped up by the end of the weekend. So please look forward to it. Never turn the background back on. Right, one more little thing right in there. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just merge that in, and then we gotta figure out a little bit of the shenanigans going on. Here, grab some of this for the folded eyelid. Good. That out and soften it up. There we go. I should watch Freerun again. I started watching the season. I think I got up to the part where they meet Stark, and I just kind of got busy with other stuff. It's a really good show though. Maybe I'll wait until season 2 is almost ready to air, and then I'll start going back through it, just to sort of catch up on everything. Good. I like all that, and I think the hair on the near side is better. Can we nudge that closer? Yes, we can. I'm just going to adjust the shape of it on the underside here too. Tuck it in a little bit closer. Good. There we go. Yeah, a little volume to help make it feel less billboardy. Good. Alright. Now, as far as the back of the ear is concerned, I think we can do sort of this darkest tone, and then have the sort of lighter tones of the ear merge into that, like so. Sort of let that soften out a bit, right? Okay. I think that's pretty good so far. Still got a lot to clean up in the outfit. The hair still has a bunch of its outlining and shit going on. Let's clean that. I think I've been leaning a little bit into the cool shading on the last few drawings we've been doing, just because I don't know, this whole sort of skin shading thing I've been practicing has really allowed that to feel better and make more sense. A lot of times in the past I've sort of favored doing warmer or more neutral shading just to avoid the sort of life-sucking energy of the cool shade. But now that we have figured out how to do this, I really want to keep playing with it. Keep refining the process. Okay, yeah, so the top of the ear where it folds over and overlaps this little shell like that. And on this side overlaps, the lobe overlaps the inner shell. There we go. Okay, you know what? I'm sort of dancing around this remnant of a lock of hair, but because the whole thing is sort of migrated, I'm just gonna clean it up. We'll add it back in where appropriate. There we go. Good. Good. Your brush has made you powerful. Sorry, my phone. I made a problem for myself watching people play Zelda games because my notification tone is the unlock sound from Zelda. So every time somebody like finds a chest or opens a door or something, I have like the Pavlovian response of getting a text message. I'm like, I did this to myself. I have no one to blame but me. This is the consequences of my own action. Okay, so yeah, I think as the shell of the ear thins out, as we get towards the tip, this part is gonna kind of merge into the top of the shell a little bit more, whereas the side will tuck more substantially. Still haven't played Tears of the Kingdom. I want to, mainly because I want to know the story. But I don't know, like I've tried to play Tears of the Kingdom and I think I just frankly don't like it very much. I think the way that the mechanics sort of come together just doesn't work for me. I wouldn't even say that they're bad, it's just sort of the particular way that it does things and the way that it sort of emphasizes crafting and constantly making new weapons, just it doesn't sit well with me. Like, it's trying to encourage you to just, you know, throw shit together, make a weapon, beat up some monsters with it. Oh, it broke. It's fine. Just make another one. Rinse and repeat and rinse and repeat. But I don't know, like, if I get a good weapon, I feel like this was even sort of the thing in Breath of the Wild, right? Like, you would find a really nice weapon and you would try and hold on to it for a while. You would save it for the tough enemies. The whole sort of idea of your weapons being deliberately expendable kind of rubs me the wrong way. Not to mention, I feel like a lot of the components for like making stuff, you know, making carts and crazy stuff out of the environment, I feel like they don't give you an abundance of the things really necessary to make it, right? Namely the powered units, the things that would actually, you know, let you just go from having a gravity cart to something that you can actually drive and such. I feel like the times that I've tried to play the game, I was just constantly looking around like, where do I get these? You know, I never really want to spend the time putting stuff together because I always just have a plank with 4 wheels on it and I just hope that I find a hill. Which, it turns out, is not a lot of fun. And then you go on the internet and you see people making fucking Bismarcks and shit. And you're like, where did you get that? So, I don't know. Like, I don't hate it, right? I don't think it's necessary. I would not call the design ideas of Tears of the Kingdom bad. I think if I had to be really critical of it, if I had to sort of paint it in a negative light, I think a lot of the stuff that they added in Tears wasn't necessarily responding to the shortcomings of Breath of the Wild. It just kind of felt like they added more stuff into it. It was adjacent rather than an evolution of the formula that Breath of the Wild had established. But at the same time, I think, as I said, a lot of the issues that I do have with Tears is more just sort of how I respond to it, rather than me saying that I don't think it's a good idea. You know what I mean? Are we good? The music stopped. Are we okay? Let me check. Seems like everything's fine. I'm gonna save my work before anything goes haywire. Yeah, everything seems fine. Let me just start this over. Yeah? Okay, weird. Sorry, it was just behaving weirdly. I didn't know what was going on with that. We don't want anything exploding if we can help it. Oh, actually, before we do this, let me work the parts of the hair behind the earring. I definitely like Breath of the Wild. I feel like the issues that I generally had with it were pretty well repeated across the internet. You know, the dungeons being very basic and not having any difficulty scaling because they didn't really know what order you were going to approach them in, so they're all just kind of level 1 dungeons. I thought the sense of exploration was really good. I thought the world was very satisfying. The population of content was a little repetitive, you know, the shrines, Korok seeds. But then, you know, every so often you would like run into a Talos and just have a big like, oh shit, what's happening moment. And those were kind of exciting. So generally I thought it was good. But yeah, I think just a better sort of sense of progression would have been a welcome addition to the game, and I never got far enough with Tears of the Kingdom to know how well they sort of worked on that particular aspect of it, as opposed to just trying to sidestep it with crafting. Yep, gotta be able to fly. Gotta get proper lift with these suckers. How you doing, Sora? How's your week going? Treat yourself a Zelda randomizer. Which Zelda randomizer? Out of curiosity. I haven't played any of them, I'm gonna be honest. So I was watching Amalia do a little bit of the archipelago stuff with Ocarina, and then she raided into somebody else who I think was doing archipelago with Pokemon? I'm just like, I don't get what's happening with this. Like, can people play archipelagos, like the same archipelago but with different games? I don't get it. I don't get how this works. It's very strange to me. It's neat that people can do that. I just look at it, I'm like, what the fuck? Basically shuffle items between games and send the signal to give another player something. Okay. But like, the items aren't the items in the game, right? They're just kind of items. So I don't know. It's weird to me. It's because I don't really like understand how it affects the flow of the game or what the objective is. Be soft lock until another person. Right. Yeah, I think Amalia was talking about that. I don't know. It seems like an interesting sort of social approach to some of these games. It's just very weird. Search for like 3 specific items if you want to be able to do the final boss. Okay. But like, if you're not all playing the same game, I don't know, it seems like the triggers wouldn't be sort of activating in the same way for everybody, because yeah, you can be playing Ocarina of Time and another person is playing Pokemon and another person is playing Kingdom Hearts, and you're all just sort of like doing your own thing together. I don't know. It's weird to me. I mean, if it works, it works. I'm happy for you. I just don't get it. I'm too old and stupid. by the host itself, so everything is synchronized. Okay. I mean, I still don't get it, but I guess if it works, it works. What's going on over here? Well, that's why I'm glad there's smarter people than me that can make all of this work. Good golly, if it was all dependent on me figuring it out, well, we would just be totally buggered, wouldn't we? Okay, I think the hair is looking a lot better. It's still a little scratchy, still a little scuff in a lot of places. But it's working. It's starting to work. What was the thing I was gonna do? Oh right, the clothing. Clothing is still completely untampered. So let's work on that for a little bit. Oh, how do I want to do this? Yeah, okay. There we go. How big is this? Yeah, I have it about the right size. It could be a bit bigger. It could stand to be a bit bigger. Let's see, so if we take a little bit of this, it's gonna darken it like that. There we go. Good. Alright. I like that. So now we're just gonna continue to bump up the layers. Why are we just going through all the goofy parts of the soundtrack at the same time? There we go. Good. I like that. I can work with that. And we're just gonna add a little bit of inching to the cloth. Oh, you know one thing I haven't done? I haven't looked at all the nominees for the Game Awards this year. I definitely can't really cast a vote for Game of the Year because I don't think I've actually played any of the nominees. I definitely want to play Expedition 33. What is it? It's Expedition, Donkey Kong, Death Stranding, Yote. What are the other two? Oh, Silk Song is one of them. It's not Hades, is it? No, Hades couldn't be it. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Okay. Yeah, I have not played that. I think it was pretty good, though. Like, I think it... No, I think Hades 2 was indie. I think it's on the indie list, but I don't think it made Game of the Year. I also not played Hades 2. Not gonna get to that one for a little while. Really, really want to. I love literally every Supergiant game. Every game they have produced has been a banger. So I would be surprised if Hades 2 does not continue that trend, but yeah, I have not gotten to it yet. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not gonna get to Silk Song. I have a lot of respect for Team Cherry. I appreciate that they have sort of the mindset of we're gonna make the game that we want to make. And if you guys enjoy that, then we're glad you like it. And if not, that's okay. There are other games to play. I think that's cool. I think that's good. But I fall into that latter category. I did not get along great with Hollow Knight, and I don't think I'm gonna like Silk Song any better. Yeah, Tsushima and Yote, I think I would like to play at some point, but I haven't gotten around to either of those. So yeah, I'm probably just not gonna vote for Game of the Year just because I don't have any hands-on time with the nominees to actually make an informed decision. I would just kind of be bandwagoning. I do want to look through the list though, because I feel like there are a few things that I can and would cast my vote for. What type of game did enjoy Gravity Circuit, which somewhat... I haven't heard of that one. Yeah, and Metroidvanias aren't the problem. There have been Metroidvanias I enjoyed. I think it was more just the sort of Soulsy run-back mechanic and the really challenging boss on top of the navigation problems. Well, not problems, but the challenge of navigating the space to then have to fight a boss and getting killed in 3 hits and doing it all a second time. It just kind of grated on me. Which is kind of a shame, because there's a lot about Hollow Knight that I do enjoy and appreciate. It just... it's one of those things that I think I'm gonna appreciate from a distance. Okay, that's looking a bit better. Emulsing clean. So we don't want to make this feel too like metallic, right? It's not metallic, it's not even cloth of gold. I think it's just yellow cloth. It certainly sort of depicted light being a gold trim, but there's nothing that actually gives it the implication of a metallic material. Get a little bit of this blue color, sort of backfill. Okay, and then yeah, if we grab a little bit of this, we can sort of do the same thing along the collar, right? Yeah. Good. Good. Okay, yeah. That's not right. What am I doing here? Oh. Wait. Thinking. Ow. so you want the fabric to sort of pinch up around the shoulder ornament, right? So it's gonna sort of come down like this. Yeah, I tried doing that initial shape and it was just like, well, that's not fucking right. I had to think about what it's supposed to be instead. Right, so we pull a little bit of this in. Howdy, Panda. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you're having a good one. Eating well. I'm doing alright. Just had a nice dinner earlier. Nothing too fancy. Working on some drawings. Okay, yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. And if we just sort of carry the shape over a little bit, right? So it's got some dimensionality. It's not just a weird sort of little graphic. There we go. That's starting to feel a little bit better. And we can like carry this over. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Okay, let's just do that. Did indeed just jump the fountain. He was that mad. I should really watch JoJo at some point. It seems like an entertaining show, at least. I don't know, I think for Warframe players it's like required reading at this point. If you want to make a Warframe account, you have to fill out a JoJo questionnaire. And there will be grades. Your blueprints cost more if you don't score well. Put a little bit of warmth right in here, just so that it distinguishes from the shirt a bit better. Let's sort of clean this area up a little bit too while we're at it. Good. Yeah, I like that. Alright, so we got that going. And then over here for this fella, we have to sort of He's got the trim on either side of the trim. Gotta layer it in. Something like that. It is supposed to be red. Why did I not color that? I think it's because I'm stupid. I think it's because I'm just a little bit stupid. Good. You know, this lighting, the blue background and everything is kind of reminding me of that one shot of Louis Soir after he makes a minor spelling mistake. Actually, that would be a really good like rendition of this meme to put the original Freeman screenshot and then put the Louis Soir right next to it and be like, "Hey guys, how'd I do?" She's got a bit of the energy. If we just like change the color to be red instead of blue, and then we just go up here and we just Yep, there it is. Minor perspective mistake. Grab a little bit of this color and just to warm up this lip with. Alright, and then we can sort of bring that around back here. I'll mention for anyone that is curious, so Star Citizen's been having their free flight period since last Thursday? Yeah, I guess it has only been about a week. Yeah, it's been a week. They seem to have stabilized it a little bit. There was a couple of days in there where things really seemed to be sort of falling apart and degrading, but they dropped a hotfix and seems to be in better shape over the last couple of days. I don't know, there's not really a lot, I guess, different compared to when I was playing it before. It's running pretty well, and there's even a couple of things that they've like snuck in, even though they had it slated for later on. But they've like sort of snuck in some of the groundwork so that when they implement the full version, it actually should work as intended and not explode horrifically. Now, will it? We'll have to see. It probably will. But hey, Astolfo. Welcome in. You taking a gander at Freerin Schnoz there? You would think if elves have long ears, they would have long noses too. Not so much. Seems to be fairly average. Actually, on the subject of ears, not ears, elves, well, ears, elves, what's the difference? We were having that conversation in the Discord a while back about the elves and gnomes and all of that. Found some really interesting, like, origins of god damn it, origins of elves. Sort of how they've evolved over the centuries and got to the versions that we have today. But didn't really find much on gnomes. They seem to be a much more just sort of like generalized folklore group that sort of adopted a lot of the similar design languages and sort of purpose as elves during their, shall we say, darker period. Okay, there's one thing in here that I'm not a huge fan of, and I'm gonna try and clean it up if I can help it. Where's my book? There you are. But yeah, I couldn't really find anything super specific on the origins of gnomes. They've just always been little stinkers. Okay. Yeah, I think I've just kind of like overdone the bulb of the nose, so this sort of highlight plane, we can just bring it down more uniformly. Don't need to round it out at the bottom. That's looking pretty good. unfortunately, I was playing a little bit earlier. I was trying to do a, essentially a dungeon. I had to sneak into an abandoned mad scientist laboratory and find old research records. I got the records, but then I got mauled to death by radioactive dogs. So, that part wasn't so good. There seemed to be no end to the fuckers. I opened the door and one of them showed up, and then a second one, and then two more, and then another three, and I'm just like backpedaling down the hall shooting at them, and there did not seem to be a concrete end to the dog hordes. I don't know why they were doing experiments on that many dogs. I wish they didn't. But yeah, I was able to get out with the data, because once I had it in my inventory, I could have just left. What the fuck is that? When did that happen? Okay, it was recent. That would have been such shit to try and clean up. I'm glad we didn't have to worry about it. Okay, so sort of going back to one of the topics that we were covering on Tuesday, the sternocleidomastoid. Where it gives the front profile of the neck. So I'm gonna warm that up a little bit just to sort of box in the shadow underneath the jawline. And just warm the skin tone up a little bit more, right? That looks pretty good, I think. So I was talking with my roommate. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I'm pleased with how quickly it is coming along. I had originally just intended to do the sketch for the meme, but then was like, actually this came out pretty good. So I figured, you know, just put a couple hours into painting it and it'll be pretty good. It doesn't have to be a big, complicated piece. Just a fun little side thing. A little one-off, if you will. Got this weird little corner to sort out. Have any of you played Arc Raiders? Have any of you given that a shot? I've been watching Coco and her friends, Mousy, and Boru, and Valky play it. I am not either. So, I find extraction shooters very interesting. I was talking with my roommate about this, because I understand the logic that led to extraction shooters and the industry thinking they're going to be the next big thing, right? Because if we go through, I find the genre a lot more interesting than actually experiencing it. Yes, I think that's true. I've wanted to, but I do not agree with the use of AI. That is also fair. Yeah, I really wish they had learned from the hubbub that happened with the finals and just opted not to use it, but I don't know. Like, I don't want to throw in the towel, but it does seem like at this point, at least for that one, the momentum is not in favor of anybody backing down from playing it. Yeah. Well, and it's funny because Arc Raiders, so my understanding, I don't know how much they might have used it in other places, but the part that they are overt about is that they use it for like voice line generation. Right. Yeah, like it's good that they paid the voice actors and they made the model, I'm assuming, only off of the voice actors' work rather than just like grabbing stuff off the internet. Right? That is, as far as the technology is concerned, the ethical way to go about it. But it would have been better, I would argue, to aid the actors to do more lines. Yeah, and right now, like Black Ops 7, you know, is getting its pants shitted for all manner of reasons, including the use of AI. But yeah. Yes, and it is relatively ethical. I still wouldn't call it ethical, but it is better than many of the alternatives out there. But yeah, Black Ops 7 is getting put through the ringer not exclusively because of AI. And I think if that were the only problem, I think there would be a lot of people that would be willing to overlook it. Wait, Dark and Darker is an extraction game? Huh, interesting. Well, there's a PvE extraction game called Forever Winter, which I've been keeping my eye on because I feel like I'm more open to a lot of the extraction mechanics when I'm not at risk of just getting dunked on by another player. Oh, that's cool. That makes sense. Tarkov's like, hey guys, we're still here. We're still relevant, right? Where are you going? Please come back. My roommate made a really good point, though, about extraction shooters and how they're actually kind of... They are an evolution, but they're an evolution in the wrong direction. Not in the sense of devolving, but, you know, if you trace the whole lineage of this species of shooter, right? You had DayZ, which was the Arma 2 mod, which introduced, you know, it was like a very early, it was the proto battle royale, right? You'd have this mod server lobby and you would drop in to this very large map and it was populated with zombies, and you would have to scavenge around the map for equipment, ammunition, healing items. You know, you could find parts to repair vehicles and use those to traverse the map, right? It was basically Walking Dead. And then that evolved into PUBG, right? You had like, okay, well, people are enjoying this. They enjoy the tension, the uncertainty, the collectathon. So let's take that and focus on it and refine it, and that's how we got battle royales. And then of course Fortnite saw how well PUBG did and repurposed their little survival game into a battle royale, and the rest is history. So, an extraction shooter is essentially, what if you had a battle royale, but there were stakes, right? You take the stuff that you find in a given round of a battle royale, and if you can survive with it, if you can get it out, then you get to keep it and you can use it in the next round. But if you die, you lose it. Which on paper sounds really interesting. One time I watched Tarkov on a patch release with a friend playing, could not see any point in play. Tarkov is very opaque in its play, and it feels like, yeah, if you're on board with it, it can be really cool. Like if you already get it, if you know, you know. But if you're not with it, getting in is really hard. Oh yeah, and it can also just be a buggy, hacky piece of shit. And yeah, I can't even rag that hard on Fortnite at this point. They have figured out what their audience wants and they cater very well to it. So I can't really fault them for making something be successful. I wonder if the 30-minute wait is just because there weren't enough people playing it. I don't know. Okay, so that's how we got to extraction shooters, right? Let's take battle royales, which are insanely popular, and then we're going to add a sense of progression and tension from the risk of losing the stuff that you have collected, right? Putting actual value. But my roommate made a very good point that a big part of what makes extraction shooters work really well is two words. Go next. Right? We're in our trios. We're playing Apex. Fuck it. Hot drop into Skull Town and beat the shit out of people until we die. Oh, the round took 40 seconds. Go next. Oh, we tried really hard with that one and we got pretty far, but then we accidentally wandered into a sniper kill box and we got obliterated. Go next. Right? There's... The Battle Royale allows for very fast turnarounds. Right? A game can go very long if you play methodically, right? And you're really sort of gunning to win it. But regardless, once you're done with it, you can just turn around and jump into the next one very quickly. And I think that is a big selling point for a lot of people. I think that is a fun aspect of it, that it is very quick and simple and straightforward to just play and play and play the game. Whereas extraction shooters eliminate that element, right? Now you actually need to think about your loadout and what you're willing to take in and what you stand to lose, and maybe that you had a bad round and you had some really good shit and it's gone and you need to figure out a new build because your old one is in somebody else's pocket now. Right? It's a lot harder to just go next with an extraction shooter. And this is not to say, obviously, if the people that like extraction shooters, you know, Arc Raiders, Tarkov, Hunt Showdown, whatever the case may be, if you like it, I'm not saying, oh, you shouldn't like it, obviously. I'm saying, I think my roommate made a really good point as to why extraction shooters are not catching on and sort of blowing up the way developers and publishers seem to really want them to be. And to Arc Raiders' credit, I think it is the most successful popular extraction shooter to date, right? I think it is very approachable. I think it is very engaging, either to spectate or to play. if any extraction shooter was going to break into the mainstream, I think Arc Raiders would probably be the one. And if Arc Raiders can't do it, I don't think any of them are going to, without dramatically changing the formula. So if I were making an extraction shooter, I'd be paying a lot of attention to the success of Arc Raiders and going, okay, what are our chances? What's the nature of extraction games? It was like 3 minutes of gameplay. It's like a Disney ride. You wait in line for an hour, and then you get blasted in the head as soon as you jump into the lobby. You know, just like Disneyland. I got the amazing idea that maybe people should be playing the game often. Nah, that sounds dumb. We should have them go through like 5 battle pass screens, an ad screen, reevaluate their loadout, and then sit matchmaking for upwards of 4 minutes for a 2-minute game. 3-minute game. That sounds like a good balance. And no, like, look, I'm not saying that extraction shooters don't work as a niche genre. That's totally valid, right? That is totally fair. I think part of all of the failings of the game industry in the 2020s, I think one of the real strong things that we have going for us is that there are so many developers of different sizes that we can get games of all types, right? Appealing to all kinds of people, right? People are making games that would not have been made a decade ago because it's something that they care about and something that they think they can make work, and then it finds, you know, enough of a player base, enough people that like it, that it works out, right? The numbers balance. But that doesn't have to be, you know, in the hundreds of millions. It can be a niche title. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem, in my mind, is a lot of the bigger houses, you know, the AAAs, looking at extraction shooters like it's going to be the next battle royale, right? They're sort of betting on extraction shooters being the next big evolution of the shooter genre and wanting to be the one to get in on the ground floor and be the next Fortnite. It's like, I don't think you're... I think you're barking up the wrong tree, fellas. Howdy, Genetic. Happy Thanksgiving. More Battle Royales? That's a good question. When did the last Battle Royale come out? I don't feel like we've had, at least not a major new release in that genre or in that crowd, in a few years. I think everyone kind of realizes, like, yeah, if we're not already in that pool, we're not getting in. Not, at least not in any way that makes substantial money. I'm sure people are still releasing like small battle royales, but I don't know. Warzone might have been like one of the last major additions to the pool. You've got Fortnite, you got Apex, you got Finals, you've got Warzone, and Finals I don't think ever really like got big, huge like the others did, but it still has a player base. It's got a solid following. Wasn't there a Sonic Battle Royale? I don't think it was a Battle Royale. Let me see. Sonic Royale. It's on mobile. Well, so let's see. I'm seeing... So this, like, just came out. Is this actually from Sega? It almost reads like a knockoff. So there's Sonic Rumble. Which, yeah, it does look like a mobile title. No, I don't want a trailer. I think that was it. Okay, let's see, what should we put on next? I really don't want the trailers. You know what, since we got it, it's close enough, thematically. You know, I'm kind of surprised Square Enix hasn't tried to make some sort of battle royale. I guess they've been leaning into the gacha side of things. That's where they think the money is. Well, last year would probably still be one of the most recent entries in battle royales. Shouldn't you seem to introduce... Who's Square? Oh, absolutely not. Oh my god, I completely forgot about the Splatoon knockoff with the soap. Soap tune. I honestly completely forgot that existed. Oh, thank you for reminding me of that. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Gonna get some more tea, Jesus. Oh, Square. I don't know what's going on with Square Enix, man. Like, they... Look, so Final Fantasy XIV has... Final Fantasy XIV ran into the same problem that a lot of MMOs ran into, of reaching a satisfying conclusion, right? And it makes sense that a good number of people sort of jumped ship at that point, because they were like, I am happy with how this journey has gone, and it is time for a new adventure. There was a wild Plunderstorm thing last year in COD Warzone Mobile. God, Warzone Mobile. Plunderstorm. Interesting name, at least. And then, yeah, just a new platform for Warzone. So, I actually thought Dawn Trail was fine. I didn't really have anything against Dawn Trail. I enjoyed it well enough. Narratively. Mechanically... Yeah, that's the big problem, is obviously not the dev team themselves, but Square, the publishing house, the sort of overarching corporation, seems entirely content to just take the profits from 14 and not divest them back into 14 in any meaningful way, and just take all of it and put it into other really stupid projects that just fail to return a profit. Expansion seemed to want to sell as something significant. It was anything but. Sausage, man. Okay. Sure. And X just like, wait, is that a hat? Nice hat. Yeah, it's just a nice little hat. Insane. I don't know. We've been talking a lot about, it's like, games as something to play, right? As an experience, something to interact with, and not just sort of a series of systems to execute on. Jen was talking about this a little bit while she was playing Ocarina of Time. You know, just the idea of like, it's just a game. You open it up and you play it, right? It presents you with a story and a space and an experience, and you just do it, right? There's no login rewards, there's no dailies, there's no bullshit to have to constantly work your way through. And I feel like, I don't know, 14 definitely, I will say 14 is guilty of that, right? Like, as much as I, again, enjoyed playing through Dawn Trail, seeing the areas were stunning, right? Great world design. The story was pretty good. I liked a lot of the stuff that they added, and there was an interesting little hook of, oh, you know, what is this? How is this gonna sort of lead into bigger stories in the future? So that was all really good. But, you know, in the past, I have had spreadsheets. I had Excel sheets tracking the eye level progression of each of my classes and what gear I was going to get from what places and how much, you know, effort of all that was. And by Dawn Trail, I could barely be bothered to outfit my Dragoon. I was like, yeah, my eye level's good enough that I can actually, you know, clear the fight, so fuck it. I don't know, the whole sort of progression loop really just lost a lot of its luster for me. It wasn't engaging enough anymore to play on its own. And the fights weren't bad, I just didn't feel like doing them repeatedly every week. I just didn't feel like I was getting anything really out of it. Sometimes some of the new stuff they release is just remixes of old stuff again. Yeah, well, and especially as they, I think, just continue to get leached for resources by the powers that be. I don't think they have a lot else that they can really work with, you know? I feel for the devs. I feel like they're trying to do as much as they can with the pittance that they're given. You guys know me. I tend to sort of err on the side of giving the devs the benefit of the doubt. Which is not always true or justified, but you know, speaking from personal experience, I think most devs are trying to make the best thing that they can. And then forces outside of their control tell them, no, you only get like $50 in a gift card, and that's, you gotta make it work with that. I don't know, like, because Jin tried Final Fantasy 11. I played 11 way back in the day, like when the game was still being released back in the day. I think I quit during Treasures of Oregon, and then I briefly came back to try it again during Wings of the Goddess, but I didn't stick with it. Yeah, and I don't, like, one, there was definitely a lot of nostalgia of just like hearing the music and seeing the places again, even though I never really like spent a lot of time in Saruta Baruta. But one of the things that I think is really telling about the design of 11 versus 14 is there are areas in 11 that I maybe visited a handful of times. There are just entire parts of the world that exist to exist, right? They are not built to satisfy a narrative element or have a mechanical purpose. They're just there. I think that is where MMOs have lost a lot of their mojo, is just they're so mechanically driven, they don't have vibes anymore. Like, the areas in Dawn Trail look really good, but everything on the map serves a purpose. It is there for some function. And so once it serves the function, you rarely go back and visit it a second time. Near the time money extraction machine, the endpoint for profit probably becomes more important at this point. Well, I think you're right. Like, there is so much money tied into the development and maintaining of these titles, right? Like, making stuff just to exist doesn't make sense. But if you want your world to feel organic and lived in and having sort of an ongoing history despite the player, those are the little things that I think you need, you know? Like, it seems silly, but I think so. Like, at some point, I'm still able to move. That's good. That is a comfortable balance. Happy Thanksgiving, Standing. I'm glad dinner was satisfying. I hope you had a good one, and we're glad to have you with us. What was I saying? So I think to some degree, there is a shelf life for open world experiences, right? Because you will open a game for the first time and everything is new, right? You don't know how far the horizon goes. You don't know all the systems. Everything is a fresh experience. Everything is happening for the first time. And eventually that's just going to stop being the case, right? Eventually you are just going to mechanically finish the game. You will have explored everything. You will have done everything. And the developers cannot make content faster than you will be able to do that. It's just not possible. So, you know, I think that's a little bit of a given. I think that's fine. Not really like, oh, that's some sort of horrible detriment. But I think when you tie everything into having mechanical purpose and not just sort of allowing it to be there, then you're kind of, I feel like it almost sort of accelerates that happening, right? Because you're not, if everything is driven into mechanics, once you have completed the mechanics, the experience is over, right? You have beaten the world. Aw, standing. Thank you for the gift subs. I really appreciate it. It's very sweet of you. Thank you, thank you. If you guys got a gift sub, please be sure to say thank you to Standing. How did that trigger a hype train? What? Seems a little minimal. Like, I still remember, I have a very clear memory of, God, was I an Alliance character? You telling me a train had this? You're not gonna believe it, but yes. So I have a very clear memory. I think I must have been on, yes, it was my pocket sands! Thank you, Mage, for the 120 pocket sands. That's a lot of sand. Just walking around with that, ready for all sand-based situations. Well, I appreciate your preparedness and your support. Thank you. Yeah, so when I first started playing WoW, I made a night elf. And I remember the first time, I think I took a griffin. How did it work? Because I took a griffin, I think it was to Ironforge. And it sent me over a Black Rock Mountain. Right? And I had seen like the swamplands, I had seen a few locations here and there, but then you just see this like sprawling hellscape underneath you and you're like, what the fuck is that? Oh, I'm scared. Oh, do I have to go there at some point? Holy shit. And just this, like, this feeling of this world being there, waiting for you to see it. Like, it's something that only really gets to happen the first time you experience an MMO. The first time that you get to jump into a world. Because eventually you start to pick it apart, you start to understand it, right? but that initial experience is just so pure. Better to have it not need to have it. That's, I think that's true. It's mostly true as long as the sand doesn't like get in your phone or anything. Oh god. That would suck. Having to clean sand out of your ports and shit. Terrible. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, to some degree, I don't know that there's a way to like keep a game pure and fresh forever. I don't think it's possible, right? And I think that should not be something that you should necessarily strive for. I think people will play a game for a while, they'll enjoy it, and eventually they'll look for something else. And I think just trying to keep people fixed on a single game, a single play experience for an indefinite amount of time is a fool's errand at best, toxic at worst. Some loose hairs in here. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate it. Very sweet of you. Let's see. And some stuff like Elite Dangerous has an effectively infinite horizon of content, right? I don't think players will be able to visit every star system and every planet in the game before it goes offline. I think it's too big. I feel like the challenge that they sort of run into is figuring out interesting things to do with all of that space. And even No Man's Sky runs into this a little bit, right? Like, you'll look for particular planets to build your base on or find specific resources, but it's kind of hard to say, like, one planet has a particular value over another. Yeah, no, I think No Man's Sky... Well, so No Man's Sky... I'm gonna get into a crazy theory in a little bit, but... Yes, procedural generation is a tool. It is a tool that has to be used in the right way for the right things. As you say, you're not gonna... Well, I was gonna say you're not gonna cast Fireball to do X, but it's Fireball. That's always the right answer. So, my argument is valid. But... you know, what Elite did was take a lot of the sort of available astronomical data about star positions and types and what we understood about the formation of star systems in the 2010s, and sort of compiled all of that and made it the model to generate the galaxy off of. Caramel isn't the answer. You were asking the wrong question. True. Very true. But you know, even that is the model that they created is incredibly robust, right? They got some very interesting system formations and some neat planets and, you know, fascinating things to discover out there. But then you also get these really weird inaccuracies. So like, you know, nebula are stellar nurseries. You get large clusters of stars forming within them because it's a dense field of matter that's able to sort of condense and form new stars out of the corpse of the dead one. Excellent argument. Unfortunately, 500 kilogram bombs, chat. It's basically the Helldivers version of Fireball. It's true. So, you know, it would make sense that within a nebula, you're just going to get this large sort of cluster of stars, but because the available data that the model has is working from a single sort of, working from a monocular point of reference, it adds this arbitrary depth pass to the positioning of the stars, so you get these long, like, cylinders of stars forming, radiating out from the Sol system. And it's weird. It just creates these strange, like, highways of stars. Now I would argue they should have gone in and manually cleaned that up, and a lot of times that is what you have to do, right? Procedural generation is a rudimentary form of AI, right? It is a very similar process of development, and with procedural generation, use that as the first pass, and then you clean it the fuck up because it never spits out exactly the thing you want on the first go. Happy Thanksgiving, Frosty. I hope you had a good one. I hope you have eaten well today and enjoyed yourself. Yeah, it's a Freeman meme. We did the sketch on Tuesday, but I liked it enough that I thought we could just sort of speed paint it tonight and finish her up. Hope you're doing well, Frosty. So yeah, Elite used procedural generation very effectively. No Man's Sky did as well. I definitely have some complaints about their generation, but especially over the years, I think they've cleaned up a lot of aspects of it and made it feel much more fluid, much more palatable. Okay, so here's my crazy theory about something that Hello Games is going to add to No Man's Sky within the approximate future. I'm not going to say near future, but I'm going to guess that this is on the card, and you can clip it and play it back if I get it right. So, they added the Corvettes recently, right? The ships that you can build up using modular parts and create your own, you know, Millennium Falcon style ship with an interior that you can fly around and have space adventures with. So they had 2 expeditions recently, one to introduce the Corvettes and then one for Halloween, which is also tied around the Corvette, and they introduced some more gameplay with it and more parts and such. So while I was doing that expedition, I had a one or two instances where I was flying at a planet and there was like interesting stuff on the planet, right? Like one of them had this massive polar ice cap, right? It was like this huge radiation of white visible from space against the rest of the surface of the planet. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I want to see that. So, I angled my ship at it and I flew down from space. And as I got closer, it just disappeared. It just poof, out of existence. And the world went back to being the same monobiome from pole to pole. And I was like, well, that sucked! Right? I wanted to see this really interesting boundary where like these two biomes would be interacting with each other, but the way that No Man's Sky works, every planet is a single biome, and maybe it'll have water on it, and so you'll get the underwater biome. But everything terrestrial is uniform from end to end. So it was really weird to me that they had this aspect of like, okay, but from space I can see interesting formations and distinct things happening on the surface of this planet, but it's not there when I actually go to it. So here's my theory. Here's my little postulation for the future. They're working on Light No Fire, right? Light No Fire uses the same engine. So everything that they are making for Light No Fire, they can then backport into No Man's Sky. That's how we got the graphics update, where all of the planets have higher fidelity, more like grass and shit, more interesting stuff on the micro level, because they've included all of that for their next game. The Corvettes are a consequence of that, because they're going to have shipbuilding in Light No Fire, and the technology for the shipbuilding in LNF, they were just able to sort of repurpose it into the ship flying system in No Man's Sky, and said, hey, here's Corvettes, please enjoy. And everyone said, we do. Light No Fire has one planet. It is a approximately 1-to-1 scale Earth-like world with fantasy elements, right? And they've shown in the trailer you can get on your flying mount, your griffin or your butterfly or whatever you want to roll around in, or you can get on your boat and travel upriver, and you'll be in a forest over here, and mountains over here, and on the other side of the mountain there's a plain, and there's deserts, and there's swamps, and there's desolate ravines, and all kinds of different fantasy locations. But importantly, all of those biomes are going to have to blend with one another. They're going to have to transition smoothly from one to another. And I will bet you that once they get that technology figured out in Light No Fire, they might go back and update the world tech in No Man's Sky. We might see diversified worlds with multi-biome. Is this hopium on my part? Maybe a little bit. Could be a little bit. But I don't know. At this point, Hello Games has kind of demonstrated that they have enough insanity that I think they would be willing to do an overhaul like that, unless there is a really strong mechanical reason to say, no, we want to keep every world as a single biome so that it is, you know, easier to navigate and catalog everything. I could 100% see them saying, no, we have the technology, we figured out how to make the worlds more diverse, and we're gonna roll that in. See if they don't. I think it's within the realm of possibility. I still haven't been playing a lot of No Man's Sky, but I will absolutely sing its praises. I think it is absolutely a game that has accomplished what it has set out to do and continues to sort of push the depth of its fantasy even more. You know what? I think it's even injected a healthy bit of competition into the space game space. I feel like FDev, part of why they're pushing the development of Elite as hard as they are right now, is one, they're running into their own issues and need a win, and Elite is giving them one. But two, I think they're looking at stuff like No Man's Sky and seeing how much they're falling behind and going, shit, we need to like actually put serious dev time into this game to keep it relevant, because people are just gonna go play other space games if we don't. There are other space games at this point for people to play. It's not just us and Eve. And then Todd comes running in, but what about Starfield? Before getting fucking shotgunned back out the door. I think this is pretty good. I'm gonna soften this up just a little bit. Try to spread out the light on the neck a bit more. There we go. Okay, I'm realizing I should just finish this shoulder. It's weird. It's weird that it just kind of cuts off. Like, it was fine in the sketch, obviously, but at this point it's like, just finish the damn thing, Kaiga. What are you doing? I did see a meme the other day. It was like, Rockstar is like, we've decided to delay GTA 6 another 6 months so that we can make it as good as possible. We're sorry. And Bethesda's like, we showed you a mountain from Elder Scrolls 6 7 years ago. We'll release it when we feel like it. Go fuck yourself. Just gonna round it off a little. There we go. Just a little bit. Okay. I think we're looking pretty good here. Not a lot else that I really want to do with this one, other than you can just kind of continue to polish, but I think we hit all the major details. There's not really anything that I'm like, oh, that's not working. I think we even got this eye cleaned up in a way that feels pretty satisfying. Oh, we could give earring a proper pass. That's looking a little jank. That would be good. Let's see. So we started an hour early tonight. I figured we would go until the normal time. I don't really know. You know, assuming we wrap this up in the next like 20 minutes or so, I'm not sure what we do with the remaining 90. We could play Shantae. We could go ahead and continue that. If people feel like watching some of that. I don't know. Like I was sort of saying before, there isn't really like a lot more to show in Star Citizen unless people just want to sort of watch some more mission shenanigans, just sort of run around and see what we find. But there's not really like a showcasing or anything. Oh, that's nice, nice. I did have a really interesting little situation yesterday. I was doing some cargo hauling, and I left one of the stations, and I don't know if there was an invisible object or I just didn't notice something, but one of the rear pylons, nacelles of the ship, I guess you could call it, caught on something. And so as I was lifting out of the dock, it caught and just kind of tore off. So I was down an engine and still able to move fine. I was like, okay, well that fucking sucked, but you know, let's just get the cargo where it's going. We're gonna dock and we'll take care of it. So, you know, I'm moving through space and the ship is doing fine. You know, it definitely isn't like looking super great. It's got some sparks and smoke coming out of the damaged area, but you know, it's still able to move in a straight line. I'm like, all right, cool. This is good. This is good. We can work with this. I head down to the planet where I need to deliver the cargo, and proper control surfaces are not in the game yet, but they clearly have some system of working, because I got to the port and I had to wait for a hangar to open up so that I could dock and unload the cargo. So I, you know, deploy the VTOL thrusters and I bring it into a hover and level out the ship, and as I do, it starts to lilt backwards because there's no thruster in the back left corner to average out the force. So the ship almost completely flips over. I managed to correct it, and I basically just have to sit there like counterbalancing down and to the right so that the other thrusters are sort of putting out the correct amount of force to hold it in position. I'm like, oh shit, okay. Landing that sucker sucked. Because I basically had to like balance it on a corner until I was ready to actually put it on the ground. But we did it. We made it down. I got all the cargo down and repaired it so it had all of its engines again. It was much happier. But again, it was one of those things that was just kind of impressive. Like, I didn't realize that it was running this well. I thought they were still working on getting any of the system in. That was a pleasant, unpleasant surprise. It has come a long way. It has a long way to go, but I'm excited about where it is going. Oh cool, this works. Oh god, it's working. Help! Why am I upside down? Help! When everyone is very sort of watching with bated breath because CIG is hell-bent, it seems, on getting engineering implemented into the game before the end of the year. They want to have the first iteration in the live build before they leave for the holidays, which is always a dangerous proposition because it results in devs crunching over the holidays. It's never good, but I can also understand wanting to get it out there and getting the test data back to start going through and iterating on fresh in the new year. I get it, it's just really sucks when, you know, one, people have to work over the holidays to hot fix the game, and two, you know, everyone has their holiday time available to play, but the game isn't working. So, all that said, engineering is looking to be enough of a change to the way a lot of the existing systems work that I think nobody quite knows what it's going to look like once it happens, right? Like, people have been having a chance to test it out on the earlier test waves and give feedback to the devs, but it's still very up in the air, like, how dramatically it's going to change a lot of systems in a lot of ways that we sort of use our ships and go after specific things. I want to do one thing in here. I want to add a little bit of a blue back sheen along the back of the neck here. I just feel like get a little bit of bounce light. So yeah, hopefully it'll be good. Hopefully it'll work, and you know, I still gotta give them credit. The current patch, which they launched in the middle, or right before the free fly, has been performing way better than I had any expectation of. So maybe they'll be able to do that again, but I would still prefer a little extra caution. Especially when they drop major shit into the game like that. It's like, yeah, it's gonna break. And it's fine that it breaks. The game is in development. That is understandable, but don't do it right before everyone clocks out. Before, after. Before, after. Before, after. Let's see, so we got the earring, a little extra sheen to the hair here, right? I think the hair in general is looking good. We don't really feel much pull to add more there, anything. Lip looks pretty good. I think the mouth is in a better spot. was a little unsure if it's like size and position during the sketch, but I like it. Nose looks good. I think getting rid of the far nostril was the right call. Let's see, earring looks good, clothes look good, fabric's pretty solid. I'm actually gonna make one little adjustment. This sort of inward curve I'm not really jiving with. I'm just gonna let that sort of drape outwards, like so. Yeah. I think we're good. Does anyone see anything that's like standing out as being particularly weird? I think you can put just a little bit of occluding shadow underneath the hair just to sort of space that out a bit better. Yeah, I think we can go ahead and call this one good. Okay. Yeah, I'm just being a little extra. Coming in and doing some highlights on the lashes. Thank you, autosave. It's a good reminder to everyone, if you are working on something, playing something, doing something, now's a good time to save your progress. Before the gremlins get into your system and crash your hard drive. Alright. So, one last thing to do, as is my way. We're gonna do a little bit of a process pass. So let's copy everything, right? Do one of these. Masquerade modifiers found trail of mountains are guaranteed on each map and they perpetually stack. Trail of mountains? Admittedly, a run modifier might be a good fit for the way that I play Risk of Rain, because I tend to just sort of play arcade mode The claw-looking things that spawn more bosses. Oh, try. Oh, the shrine things. Interesting. I'm not sure I've ever actually used one of those. Okay, so yeah, very gentle post-process on this. Don't really want to push it too hard, right? Just a little bit of pop to the brights and subduction to the darks. I'm gonna see the rune code while testing the map and save this like put in the portal. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, adding modifiers to my arcade runs could definitely be an interesting way to sort of keep things fresh. I don't know. I don't really... Honestly, most of the stuff with Secrets of the Storm I haven't really messed with. And I cleaned a lot of it up now, so I could probably get a much better experience than when I tried it at launch. But... I don't know. I kind of just have fun treating the game very casually. I just run in and... you know, pick a character and just keep collecting items, either until the game kills me or until I become unkillable. And everything dies instantly. There's an enemy. What, just the one? That was an incredible level of restraint. Alright, I like it. He's very cute. Yeah, I'm willing to call it there. The drawing, not the stream. We still have like an hour and a half left to go. New bot that has a purple blast that hits you, disables every item you have for oh my god. I hate that. That sucks. Alright, I'm gonna put up a poll really quickly because I'm curious what all you like us to do. What should we do for the rest of the stream? So option 1 is going to be Star Citizen. We can run around and do a couple of missions. Option 2 is we're going to play some more Shantae. Let's just do... yeah, let's just do 1 minute. It's not a big deal. So yeah, let me know what sounds more interesting to you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't play a ton of Risk of Rain. It's nice to just jump in and play around now and then, but see, I don't know if I like that. Admittedly, those elite mobs are kind of the only way that I think the game really is able to present a challenge to most people. Most of the enemies kind of just exist to get their shit kicked in. It's like the boss monsters, the scavengers, and then the like elite mobs. Well, I don't know, like he has a particular quirk that kind of, at least in my mind, puts him in a similar category as the elites. I realize that mechanically he isn't, but it's that similar sort of thing to like the one that cloaks all of the surrounding enemies of like, you kind of need to focus this first, because if you don't, he's gonna be a problem in dealing with the others. Though the way you put it makes it sound like there's a sort of a bullet hell aspect if there's a projectile that you need to actively dodge, which admittedly is easier said than done. Alright, so we had votes for Star Citizen, so we're gonna play a little bit of that. We're gonna play a little Star Citizen and go, I don't know, should we could go check out the ASD facilities. We can dig a little deeper into that and do the next mission in that sequence, or we could just run around blowing up some dudes or doing some cargo hauling. Oh, I don't like the Beetles. The Beetles suck. The Beetles are boring. They're just bullet sponges. Alright, give me 1 minute to boot the game up. It has a pretty long load-in time. So we'll jump into that when it's ready. What's my phone doing on battery? Oh, not great. Let me plug this in. There you go. This has been a good meme. I like this meme. Oh, I gotta move you guys. Tuna skins for what? Oh, Photoshop open? Why? Oh, it was for the background and stuff. When was the loading time when I tried the free fly? I thought it might have frozen. It's very slow. It's very slow. Oh wow, per character. That's nice. Okay, yeah, I don't know, like, the game's got issues. It's not perfect, and I don't want to give anyone the impression that Star Citizen is, like, in a ready and released state. It's very not, but I don't know, if you can have a good, if you get lucky, it can run pretty well, and you can have a pretty good experience with it. I will say they were very bold this year because they did the free fly on the gas giant planet, which is notoriously demanding on people's systems. So perhaps they shouldn't have did that, but it's too late. There you are. Ambitious is a very kind way to put it. I'll just say that. Oh, let me check really quickly. I'm pretty sure my joystick is working, but we might need to restart the game if it's not. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so what should we do tonight? I feel like there's sort of three things that we can aim at doing. We can do some cargo hauling. We can go dig into the ASD facilities. Or we can go do some bounty hunting. We can be a little bit on foot and in space. Initial run with the two characters and got the skins. Both were both drastically different. A from B for the new zone, give different skin. Interesting. Okay. There she goes. Alright. What do we feel like doing? Get out of here, chat. Not you guys, you're cool. Global chat, on the other hand. Also, it depends what ships I still have available. I think everything I rented yesterday should still be good.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Guard. Yeah, 22 hours left, so I got enough to. I got the raft. I think we can go rent the C2, which has even bigger cargo. Here, why don't we do a little bit of cargo hauling just to warm up, and then we can go see about doing ASD. Actually, let's do ASD first, because we don't know how long it's going to take. Is the sound coming through? I know it's kind of quiet right now. Let's see, power usage data. Seismic data extracted had some interesting revelations. Expert says she thinks that Yorick might have been excavating down there. Hate to think what he's doing, but it's our job to find out. I think we're close to cracking this, so I want you to go back to Onyx and gather the power usage data. If we can track energy flow... Okay, so we're going back to the engineering wing and grab the power usage data off of one of the servers there. Cool. Okay, and then importantly, we could actually accept the mission, which it wasn't working last night, which was very strange. Alright, let's get kitted out. I did get one of the new armor helmets in my last run, which is cool. It's in green, which I'm not a huge fan of, and frankly I didn't even know it came in green. But I took it anyway because it was like, there's gonna be an opportunity for loot, I'm gonna take it. Okay. On the bright side, we're going to the engineering wing and not the fucking research wing, which means no irradiated dogs this time. And that's always a good thing. Sorry, I'm looking to see if I can find arm set that I wanted. I don't think I have it. Alright, whatever, it's not a big deal. Take these. And then we need some legs. A backpack. We're gonna grab some weapons. They've teased some upgrades to the UI. Particularly the inventory UI. So hopefully we can look forward to that in the not too distant future. Because what they have right now is serviceable, if I'm being generous. Oh, this doesn't fit on this gun. Interesting. Alright, suppressor. And then we're gonna want a med gun. Just put that right there. And then we're gonna take some magazines. Oh, weird. Where's my... Go ahead and refresh that. Come on. There you go. Yep, load it up. Load it up. You can figure it out. Oh dear, I wonder if the server's having issues. It might be worth it to jump and see if we can find a different one. Because I don't know what's going on here. It's not even loading the inventory windows anymore. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna take that as a bad omen, and we're just gonna try jumping into another shard and see if we can get a better run out of that. Well, you guys are getting the authentic experience here. This is how it do sometimes be. And now it's thinking. There it goes. Hopefully the load isn't as bad. It would be ideal. I will, and as my roommate pointed out to me, I will give a lot of Bethesda fans a nod of understanding, because as much as I tend to rag on Bethesda games, I recognize that there are not a lot of other games out there that provide the particular experience that Bethesda does. You know, never mind the bug situation, everything, but just like the style of game is fairly unique. And so I can understand people being willing to put up with the bad to get that experience. And I feel like I kind of have the same situation with this game. Okay, there we go. So, let's try this again. Arius? Wait, what? Oh, bro, where is my stuff? Okay. If the game is not working right now... Okay, well that explains why I don't have any inventory, because I don't have any equipment on. It just... It's like it got as far as equipping the helmet, and then whatever communication was happening server side just stopped. Right side is I have everything, so it didn't like disappear into the ether. It just stopped like communicating. Just gonna speed run all this again. Okay, and then I'll take this one, and this one as a backup. A bad idea to have some extra magazines, right? Make this for healing. And then I need one of these guys. Give me that. Give me this. You. I don't think it actually equipped. Whatever. There you go. And then med gun. Wait, did it just... The fucking... What are you... What? They're like falling on the floor. That's new. That's a new one. I've not seen it do that before. Are you gonna keep doing that? Okay, so that attached. Oh, that's wild. Okay, and then the last thing I want to grab, we're gonna get a repair tool. And I'm gonna take some water along with me. Gotta stay hydrated, chat. Alright, that should be all my gear. And then... It was just dropping it and putting it on the floor, even though I had it equipped to the gun. What the fuck? Oh, that's new. That's a new one. That is exciting levels of fuckery. Oh. I think that's why the gun's gone. Okay, can I, why do I hold it like a cigar? Okay, so this one has stuff already equipped, so just put that away. And put that away. And put that away. Oh, I think I know why that was there. Alright, that's fine. Okay, good enough. Let's pick up our mission again. Get this just in case you get any extra credit for taking out the baddies.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval. Your vehicle, please visit us again.
Alright, we're thinking things through. If Yorin is operating in a facility somewhere, then we need to seek him out.
Okay, I still got my gun. I'm sorry, dude. I cannot hear you over the fucking floor is moving. I love that this is a hangar for a medium classification of ship. I love this puppy. She's very pretty. Alright, still got my gun? Still got my gun. I don't know. I think what happens sometimes is like object registration bugs out, so stuff is like in your inventory like turns into a null object. It's not supposed to be there, and so like you can see it and sort of interact with it, but it doesn't actually work because it's not supposed to be there. It's weird. Point goes down. Right. I'm not going to be shooting at anything, so we can take power off of the guns. Put into the engines. Screws on. She's a big girl. You can see me kind of right down there. But, you know, she's designed to transport tanks.
Shields offline.
We go, up we go. So for this planet, for Crusader, we need to clear 90 kilometers of atmosphere before the jump engine is able to engage. There we go. And it looks like we're still obscured. We? Oh, we can lock it in. Nice. Hopefully, this doesn't kill us.
Quantum drive is now.
That's not a great indicator. Okay, are you gonna be nice? Okay, there's two possibilities. Possibility one, we have a power malfunction. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so what are you doing? Okay, make power. Turn the guns off. There we go. All right, power into that. Okay, so yeah, there's two possibilities as to why this is not working as intended. Possibility one, because we are trying to hit something just over the horizon. It is not actually allowing it to go through. Possibility two, there's a weird power thing that can sometimes happen where the engine or the weapons get in the way of the quantum drive. There it goes.
Quantum drive is now on.
Yeah, I think we were just too close, and so
Warning, you are leaving a safe zone.
we like couldn't actually make a straight line between point A and point B. What do we got there?
Weapons online. Quantum drive is now off.
Why'd you drop me out 50 kilometers away? Stop it down! Whatever, it's fine. Just enjoy the view for a little bit. Just gotta be. I think I'm pointing my nose. Yeah, my nose is still above the horizon. I'm not liable to crash into anything yet. I did crash earlier. I don't even know what fucking happened. Like, I was in a good hover and then the ship just like cranked into full speed and flew straight into a building and blew up, and I was like, cool, thanks.
Shields online.
That's where we're headed. I was having little issues earlier with the hangar request, but it seems to be doing better now.
Engines offline.
Alright. Let's go see what we can find. Maybe the skin's different this time. Alright. Why are you... So at one point I flew a ship out here and left it. And apparently, like that was yesterday. Apparently it's still here. Because it tells me it's 92 million meters away. But it's been like 24 hours and they haven't bothered to purge it from the system. Which seems weird. I feel like they should have gotten rid of it by now. But, what do I know? Oh, I forgot to do a thing. Hold on. There we go. Shouldn't the servers keep tracking so much stuff? That's the neat part. They don't. So this is how you get server degradation, right? This is how over extended periods of time, the game just like starts to perform worse and worse because it is tracking more and more garbage, essentially. Like it is a memory leak built into the design of the game. Oh shit, am I not here? Normally there's some dudes here. I don't see them. Things are a little different. That's kind of cool. I'll take that. Ooh, new skin for Captain. I do love my Captain. Oh, are they stuck in the spawn closet? Yep, hi. Nice helmet. Ooh, spare magazines. I'll take those, thank you, thank you. Put them in my fucking bag. And I want helmet. Anything in here? Ah, just some pants. Okay, so this is gonna do... Yep. Huh. Oh, there they are. Yeah, it seems like there's a little bit of latency with the spawn controls. Shit! Who the fuck are you? Hi? Okay, well, I am very intrigued by what the fuck is happening because I'm getting, like, that guy has never been there before. I've been through here a few times and I've never had someone spawn on this section. I don't think the game does like random spawn locations, not to that degree anyway. I think it's just The bugs are resulting in bizarre scenarios. Alrighty, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope you get some very good rest and have a very good start to your weekend. Okay, well, if you're gonna take your sweet ass time, I'm gonna go see what this guy had. There he is. Alright, motherfuckers here. Alright, put those away for later. Anything interesting? Shit! Hi! Hi! There you go. Shit! Fire the gun! Ow! Yeah, I'm aware. Where are these people coming from? Yeah, I know it's pissed. I get that it's pissed off. I'm confused too. There it goes. Oh, I hear more people. Can I loot this thing? See, for the longest time, I never approached the pool because I thought it was the source of the radiation. But I don't believe that's actually the case. Ooh. Oh, sweet. I can loot the fangs. People pay good money for these suckers. Gotta be fairly quick though, because it will spawn another one. Alright, let's get out of here. Is that another person? Or is that just a weird reflection on my mind, my visor? Yeah, it's people. What the fuck? Who are all of you? Okay, game is behaving very weirdly. In an interesting way. I don't know if this is like a weird situation as a consequence of doing a higher level mission or what. Okay. Luckily, hi. Spawn closets. Jesus! Okay, so you know how I brought spare magazines? Also, the thing I really need to do is grab... One of you have a... Fine, I'll take it for now. If there was a Karna, I could use that. I've got some spare mags from that. Anything in here I can use? Take those. Jesus, I started this? Shit! Ow! Yeah, I see you, dick. Okay, that's a shotgun. Oh, this guy had a custodian. Do you have any mags for it? Yes, you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mine now. Started this fucking thing. With 440 rounds and I'm almost out. Okay, server blade is in the next room. Doors and corners, chat. Always doors and corners. Wait, where is it? Oh, there you go. Shit! Like that, like that. Where's the other one? I did not kill him. He is not dead. You see? Not dead. Mine now. Okay. So what do we need now? Extract power usage data from the core terminal. Okay, that's diagnostic data. It's not telling me, it's not indicating what I need to do. I might need to wait for the system to catch up. Gun, dumb shirt. That's a lumen, it's a shotgun. Whatever, I'm kind of locked into the custodian right now. What are you doing here, idiot? Okay. Not telling me what I need to do from the core terminal. I think I need to go back to the room I was in before. Attach the server blade. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I'll take that for now. Alright. Okay, clear. Clear. Okay, so this just uploads the data. Fuck, where's the power? Where's the core terminal? I really hope it's not. Okay, so med station is down there. Thermal condenser, thermal venting, lobby elevator, equipment, analytics. See, I feel like it would be over here. Unless... fuel center... internal transit. Okay, so I don't think it's deeper in. I feel like it's either going to be where we are, or we need to head back outside. That doesn't seem right. I'm gonna stop by the med bay and get topped up. Get some replacement med packs. There you go. Make some decons as well, just to deal with any radiation that pops up. Admittedly, so radiation is definitely a thing, and I get a lot of warning bells about it, but it hasn't actually hurt me yet, which is weird. Not really complaining about that, it's just weird. Yeah, so at this point I have an objective to take this data drive somewhere and use it, right? But I don't see where that is supposed to be. Yep, see, there's the radiation. Whatever's releasing these pulses is kicking out just an insane amount of radiation in the process. What am I looking for here? So, the really dumb part is what I would probably need to do is abandon and restart the mission. Because it seems like whatever trigger is supposed to, like, create the indicator on the map. Let me see if I can get this to work without restarting. Extract usage data. I really don't want a video. I really don't want a video. Power usage data. Fine. I'll just mute the video. Watch my back. Okay, yeah, so he's out this part. So he's heading back towards the med station. Very lightly armored, much bolder than I am. Okay. So it looks like we do need to go deeper in. Then put us up against more of those worms. Ooh, we got some valuable rocks we can sell later. Oh, looks like a lot of cover to work with here. Yep, there. Oh shit, there's 3 of them. Okay. I mean, if they don't want to attack me while I pick them off, I'm not going to complain about that, but shit. Think I can grab out of here? Yep. Alright, let's not get greedy. Overstay our welcome. Or wait to get picked off by somebody that'll just shoot us in the back. Shit. I was playing the game, I fell behind the guide. The hell is this thing? Yeah, the whole radiation situation is very strange. Because it seems like it wants to be hurting me. It should be, but it's not. I don't really get why it's not. I shouldn't be mad about that. What theoretically I should have to do is come here with a radiation resistant suit, but you know, those provide environmental protection at the cost of combat protection. So the fact that I can come here just with my normal armor is appreciated. Okay, To backtrack on you a little bit. Okay, yeah, so you fight those. Let me get up the ramp. Okay, and then we're gonna go over to the tram. And climb up here. We're gonna climb down. Hold on a second. I wanna loot. Got more boxes. Oh, that didn't sound good. Okay, we're starting to take like actual persistent radiation, it seems like. Also, it sounds like we've got some folks ahead. Oh. Okay. I think we found the radiation. So either we found the radiation, or there was a weird event registration and we just like got shot and died instantly. Not 100% sure which. The fact that it coincided with one of the radiation pulses makes me think it was that. Now the good news is we have a respawn point within the facility, so we don't need to do the long trek back from our starting position and fly over here and land and do the whole thing. And that can also mess up the mission scripting, so definitely smoother overall. We are gonna have to fight our way back there though, so this is gonna get a little bit hairy. I'm gonna be completely honest, I might not finish this. I might have to try again later. If it's gonna continue to be... Oh! Excuse me. I was using that. It is interesting as we... It makes sense, right? As we get deeper in, as we get closer to the source of the radiation, we are dealing with more and more drastic rad levels. What did you have? Okay, you had a custodian, so you should have ammunition for it. Can I have it? Thank you. And then this guy had ammunition for. This guy should have more custodians. Alright, fine. I'll take that. I thought he was wielding a P4, so I expected to get ammo for that, but whatever. Not a big deal. Okay. We got the worms. They should be back momentarily. There's another dude up there. Shit. Where did he go? There he is. I think that's a different guy, though. Go ahead and put some of those magazines on. Now's not the time to be conservative with ammo. Is that really the one guy? I guess so. Except for him. Okay, no worm yet. Shit! Yep, excuse me, buddy. Where's your friend? Shit. I heard you. I heard you! Ow. This is very chaotic. Is that more ammo for me? No, wrong gun. Okay, give me that. Or are these? Shit, that's Karna. Like, no wonder I'm not getting ammo stocked ups. Alright. Better. Will you guys stop that? Sup? What do you have? Wrong gun. There you go. I don't know. In some ways, the game behaving weirdly. Like, yeah, it's copium, but it also kind of, like, creates interesting little behaviors and challenges. Like, oh, it's never done that. Though, it might be because of the mission, right? The conditions of the mission might be spawning enemies in locations I'm not used to. Like these fuckers. Anyone else? Okay, so this is gonna get very interesting. Oh shit, the big worm is still out. Oh, why is my frame rate so bad? Okay, now it's better. And luckily, I was able to get past there without pissing off the worm. Okay, I see you. Ow! Fucking you see me. Okay, so I think the next sort of question is going to be, how do we... So I have to cross over this thing and get into the next facility, right? And I guess I need to do that more or less without taking a deadly dose of radiation. So, we're gonna do this. I've got a cannonide radiation pen. Get over. Oh, please don't get me stuck in here. Alright. Who the fuck? Okay. I'm gonna be really annoyed if I just die of radiation while I'm stuck down here. Someone, I think right around there, is shooting. Okay, after the next pulse, I'm gonna try and book it up the stairwell and see if I can get a line of sight on. And frankly, that might have been who killed me. Might not have even been. Yeah, okay. Suit is hitting critical rad levels. Oh, that's not great. Shit, 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 shit. You guys want to actually do something? I'm not complaining. If you just want to come out in the fucking Congo line and die one after another, it makes my life a lot easier, but yeah, these are not scavengers. These are like serious, these are serious mercenaries. Private security? Okay, I should not stay out here, but I really need this. Give me that. Okay, yeah, I don't think it was the radiation last time. I think it was some NPC that just like spawned on top of me or something and killed me instantly. So, certainly not ideal, all things considered, but anything good in here? No. What about over here? Anything? Oh, what do we got? What do we got? Overlord core and a big backpack. I'll take the core armor for now because that sounds fun, but it's taking up most of my inventory space, so I might need to leave it behind. Okay. I'm caught up. I can watch and turn the guide back on. Oh, let's consolidate mags. The real whoa, shit, hi. The real question is then going to be, if I actually reach the objective, will I be able to do it? Or is it bugged out, right? We'll do the best we can.
You're watching this video
But-
sitting down. I'm gonna need you to fix your
yes,
fucking
thank you for the
posture.
reminder.
Croissant
Posture's
looking,
good.
letter C, crescent ass, scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
I'm trying. Like I said, it might be bugged out. But we're gonna do the best we can with it. Okay, hang on. How are you doing, Knight? Happy Thanksgiving. Okay, do we have to drop down the hole there? Yes. Okay, so we go down the hole, and then we're gonna go down the hall at the bottom. Good. Good. Alright, I like that. Now we've got a pretty good stock of ammo again. Oh god, the radiation here is going to be insane. Ow. Rude. Alright, I think that was it. Nope, it's right now. No? Oh, this is fine. Wait.
I love the SD facility
I can't
mission.
make
I
that
must have
jump.
ran it
What are
over
you talking
1,000
about?
times already, if not more.
Let me see if it's They're pretty cool. I'm very impressed with like the quality of the presentation and everything that they've done. Okay, apparently the game does everything it's supposed to. I can make this jump. Huh. Fuck you, game. Okay, is there a way I can get back up when I inevitably flub it? Yes, okay, good. That said, that's a lot of rats. That's a lot of rats. Ow. Okay. Hold off on continuing because I'm stuck on the jump puzzle. Yeah, it says I can do it, but okay. Thing in here? Not really. To power core. Okay, so I gotta take the elevator down and then hope my organs don't liquefy. Surely not, right? What was that? Okay, lots of loot in here. Give me those, give me those, give me those. Give me... Here, I'll take the pulverizer. Oh, my inventory is completely capped out. See if there's anything else in here that I really care about. Not really. Oh, fuck, there it is. I'm sorry, you want me to do what? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, okay. Well, I mean, there is literally nowhere for me to walk here. So, I think it's fairly clear what it wants me to— shit! Whoops, the fuck was that? Ow! I saw the one? Ow, 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 stop it, stop it! Dude over there? No. Where are they coming from? Didn't change the title. Well, the topic should be art, or it should be Star Citizen. I don't normally change the title. Okay, so there's a couple of guys. Yeah. Oh, shit. How the fuck? It's very bright. That dude is upside down. No wonder I'm having trouble recognizing targets here. Okay. I'm gonna need to book it. I am not getting a clear line of sight on that guy. So I think I'm just gonna need to do the best that I can and get around them. All right. Clear a pad. Ow. Son of a bitch. Right. Well, maybe that'll give me a bit. Come on, peek me. Bitch. Oh, I see another one. Two? Yep, two. Why are we fighting in here? This seems like a terrible idea. I'm sorry about the camera spazzing. Pop one of these fellas. Shit, there's another guy right there. I should probably— shit! How many of you? Yeah, don't get cute with me. Okay, I gotta get over, basically underneath where they were. Could really take one of their rad suits, but shit. I feel like these guys have to be working for ASD. There's no reason for anyone else to be down here. Either they're investigating it like we are. Can't imagine why they would be. Okay. So I don't really like this. But I'm running low on P4 ammo, so I just need to iron sights these guys. Ow! Stop! Stop it! Right, that pub looks clear-ish. It looks clear. I don't see anyone. Never mind. Hang on. Do I have a scope? Did I pick up a scope off anything? I picked up a flashlight. Yeah, it's not gonna help. Alright. There you are. Alright, target down. Oh my god, alright. I mean, yes, there's absolutely the risk of just infinite spawns until we clear this. Right? Trying to be slow and methodical might not pay off, but... Oh, fuck me. Alright. I'm probably going to need to actually have the drive in my hand. Give me that. Please put it in my hand now. Thank you. Okay. I don't see anybody out there. I don't see anybody up there. We're gonna go for it. Bonk! Yep, somebody's shooting at me. Somebody's shooting at me. Fuck, 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 fuck. Ow! Holy shit! Damn it. Okay. Well, so the good news is we know where we need to go now. Bad news is actually getting there. And to be fair, I think this is content that was really designed to be handled by groups of 2 to 4 people. So... I want to give it one more try. I know it's going to take us over time, but I don't really care. Let's see. So, where are we now in terms of ammunition? Not... That was fine. We're not in a wonderful spot, or... We're running pretty low. So, I think we're gonna have to cycle some weapons when we get down there. Or hope that we get some pickups off of some hapless goons. I'm currently sitting on a bunch of half-expended magazines. I do have more custodian ammo, so we can sort of kick things off with that. But we might need to ditch the P4 because I'm down to 2 mags. Right, did you guys show up again? Right, not down there. Goodness, why is the frame rate such shit here? Not a bad helmet, actually. What helmet is that? Oh, okay. It's just a neat paint job for it. Yep, there's the spawn closet. Day. Next. Shit, dude. Fuck you. That was the wrong thing. Oh no, that wasn't the wrong thing. That was the only thing I had left. I had used all my other med pens. Jesus. Well, better for challenging content, I suppose. Alright, we got some P4 rearmament. The P4 is back in business, kind of. Not as much as I would like, but enough that we can keep going with it for a little while. We have enough ammo for the Karna that if we need to switch to that, we can. If we find one, that is. Alright, we got a couple more med pens. We do have a lot of med pens, so I'm not worried about that. It's more just not realizing I had expended all of the equipped ones. Dude! Okay, multiple questions. Alright, one down. I don't know that I might be able to run by these things, but it's safer just to take them out. Okay, so while I have a lot of distance, this is gonna take a lot of bullets, but better to do this outside of the range where it can actually do anything, right? Please just die. There it goes. Alright, so that one's down. I saw dudes walking around up there. So they're definitely around. Oh, they're there. Oh, he's retreating. You know what? You do that. You retreat. Retreating is good. I can work with that. Just retreat and let me come get you. That's why I didn't want to stay out here looting the dudes, because they already respawned. Why is my frame rate 5? Oh, it's a good thing I have so much healing items. My blood is going to be mostly medication by the end of this, though. Okay, and now the P4 is almost expended again. Oh, is that a Karna? Yeah, it is. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. I am going to take a moment. You need to inspect you. Need to customize optics with none. And barrel attachment with none. And then we're going to grab this guy. And we can take my attachments, which I just took off, and hopefully put on you. Perfect. Okay, the attachments aren't going to stick to the cart. That's fine. The barrel attachment won't anyway. Okay. But, more importantly, we do have Karna magazines, so I can start putting those on. We just gotta find, should have one or two. Yeah, there you are. Okay. Still got a shot at it. Beautiful. Our backup mags. Love it. Love to see it. Actually, no, hold off. There's a med station up ahead, which doesn't have a med bed, but we can at least stock up on some gear there. Assuming we haven't already been through it like 3 times and completely stripped it of all its valuables. Shit. Shit! Of all the fucking times to run out of ammo, right? Alright, it's either bugged or it did it and didn't tell me about it. I don't care. Oh, you know what I probably can do is give me another one of these. So
Item successfully fabricated.
I'm gonna put our existing med gun in our inventory. We're gonna take this one. So that has a full magazine. Alright, let's give this another go. Worm's back, so we're not going that way. Let's look at this mess. There you go. Alright. No, 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 no. I thought I was falling off the cliff. Okay. Yeah, I don't think... Well, I am getting warning indicators, so I do think the radiation here is dangerous, but I don't think that's what killed me before. I think it's the dudes that come marching out of here. Where are they? Don't pretend you're not here. Okay, I'm gonna try moving in. And hope. Oh, there they are. One. Shit. Ow. See, I don't think we're in the clear, but I want to get inside so I stop dealing with the radiation. Or at least deal with less of it. There we are. Alright, now I think we're clear. P4? No, P8. You add P4. I mean, I'll take them. Oh, wait. Did add a grenade. I started actually using the grenades a fair amount. Not a ton. But enough that when people do have them down here, I'll start taking them with me. The grenades are not amazing. They're not super helpful, but sometimes you can get some good damage on people that are behind cover. Ooh. Wait, perfect. This is really good. This is really good. Hello, sniper rifle. You will be very helpful. Alright, there you go. If I could find more rounds for this, I would be really happy. But I don't feel like I'm gonna. I think a lot of that is just dependent on... Oh, look at you, fatso. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, looks like you... There we go. Alright, now we're good. Alright. Could you fucking... There you go. I hate this thing. I hate this game. This game sucks. At least it's not a bottomless pit, right? You don't like insta-die for missing the jump a little bit. Okay, triple down. Repair canisters. Okay, I think we're full up on... Yeah, I've got everything maxed out. Alright. Let's give it a go. So, if I had to make an estimation, it seems like there's about 3 enemies per platform. 3 or 4 enemies per platform. So until I have cleared all of them, I'm not free to move up. And yeah, that last guy just caught me in the open and was able to completely tear me apart. Shit. Alright. Moment. Top up. Okay, that's the dead one. Where's your friend? There you are. Where? There you are. I am not doing great with this, and I really want to save the remaining sniper rounds for shooting farther downrange. Okay, I might have miscounted. Like, the other platforms, I only saw 3 or 4, but this one has a lot of people on it. Which does not help my comm at all. Where'd you go? Die, die, thank you. There's another one! Why? Why are there so many of you? Good God damn it. And somehow he's just like getting clean shots through solid objects, so I can't even like... Ow. Fuck you. I really hope that's the last one. Oh yeah, I see you. Okay, yeah, so I think... Okay, I'm not getting any more trouble out of that platform, so I think we got it. Okay. Go, fuck yourself. Alright. We still might have more current rounds. Good. We still got some juice in the tank. Right. Get down there. Oh, I heard bullets. I heard bullets. Let's keep going. There's someone still up there? I don't see anyone. Hey, Dick Cheese. Yeah, I see you over there. I sees ya. Bitch. Oh. Alright, what do you have? P4. You all have P4s? Shit, you do. Alright, well, good news is if we need to, we can, if we run out of Karna ammo, we can lapse back to the P4. We'll have plenty for that. Okay, I'm getting a lot of warning indications, which tells me that the radiation might be hitting dangerous levels. I wonder why that would be. Christ. I know I'm very focused on, you know, not dying right now, but I do love the ASD facilities. CIG absolutely killed it with these areas. The atmosphere, music, even a lot of like the encounters, the types of enemies and such. Very cool. I hate the dogs. I hate the Copians. But it is they should be a difficult enemy. Okay. See, here's the thing. I don't see anybody up there. But I don't trust that. I'm gonna wait for the next pulse. I want to sleep and clear the platform. I don't want to live on a prayer and run out hoping that everyone's gone and get picked off by someone again. Hi, ow, yes, I see you. You're very bright. You're extremely radioactive. Alright, yeah, I think all these guys are done. I'm taking your ammo though. Oh, I see why you're... Okay, yeah, my inventory is completely fucking full. What does this do? Nothing as far as I can tell. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Alright, I hear you. I understand. We're gonna, no, leave those on. Leave those on. I just want the pen. Take that. Put you on. Shit! Well, that was really annoying. While I was trying to get the decontamination pen equipped, a radiation burst killed me. That really sucks. That's really annoying. Oh. Alright. It's radiation! It was. It was the radiation. Alright. Well, let me put to check because it's getting very late. I'm honestly probably gonna try again, but I understand if you feel like we should wrap up the stream for the evening. Okay, actually, yeah, let's do this. Okay. Yeah, I see what the game kind of wants me to do. Okay, so I think essentially what I need to do to make that section a lot easier and safer is I need to swap into one of the radiation suits once I kill the guy, right? I need to take their armor. So I'm gonna take all of my collection, all of my loot. We'll take a few things with us, you know, the ammo refills, burn a battery. Sure, we'll take this magazine with us too, why not? We'll take our pens. We'll take our ammo, but all of the big stuff for guns that we're not gonna get, or stuff that we just want to hold on to for later, we're gonna leave that here. Right? Travel light, only what we need. Oh wait, one more thing, very important. Where is it? Where is the drive? Okay. So what I think might have happened Okay. So here's the thing. The first time I got to the terminal, I tried to put the drive in. I started getting shot and ran. I don't know if it inserted the drive or not. I don't know if the drive is in the terminal or if it just vanished into the ether. Right? This is not in my equipment anywhere. It is not in my backpack. It is not on my person. I don't see it equipped on my body anywhere. It's just magazines. So we can try going again. Obviously, with everything being respawned, it's gonna take us a minute. But what I worry about is we're gonna get all the way to the station, or we're gonna get all the way to the terminal we need, and we're gonna be missing a critical step because the drive is gone. And I have no way to find it and get it back. At which point, I would have to abandon the mission. And restart it, which sucks. Fucking shoot me point blank, you bitch. Sorry. I'm getting a little testy. I'm getting tired. Take these just in case. Got some worms to kill. Worms. Are you coming? There you are. There you go. Alright. And then... See, I could kill the big worm. I think I just want to wait for these guys to spawn. Because they're going to spawn. They have consistently shown up this entire run. But I feel like I can just make it past the worm. I might take a hit, but I don't think it'll kill me. Excuse me, mate. Gonna sneak on past you there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Shh, I wasn't even here. I wasn't even here. Okay. I was checking to see if that was the shiny new armor, but it's not. Shit, there you are. fuckers were late. Die! Christ on a stick, what was that? I mean, yeah, I missed the grenade, but how did they fit 6 people in an elevator? Is a fucking clown car? Shit! Did you have a Karna? Yeah, you did. Give me your gun. Give me your bullets. Maybe it's bigger on the inside. It could be a TARDIS elevator, it's true. Custodian. Alright. Yeah, not ideal, but workable for sure. I would have liked it if one more of them had Karna ammo. Maybe this guy. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now we're good up on ammo again. Listen, buddy, I know you're there. Okay. The fuck was that? Good. Oh, that might be a Karna. Nope. There's one. Okay, and then you can consolidate these rounds down. Oh good, they're doubled up. That's not a mental image I needed to see tonight. Who the fuck? It sounded like somebody shot me. Might have just been some splash damage from the spit. So I think what I need to do effectively is get over to the just check and make sure we're not getting any like weird back spawn situations. I think we're clear. Alright, that looks good. Check these guys for any goodies. If we can get any more AO3 ammo, that would be amazing. But I think I already... Alright, that's a gallant. Not very helpful there. No, wrong type. Shit! That was close. You sly devil, you nearly had me. Oh, and you had the ammo I needed. Thank you. Very appreciated. Oh, shit! They caught me monologuing. Alright, chat. I think that's gonna be our run of it. At this point, I don't know, we've been through it quite a bit. I don't actually know what the state of the mission is right now. And I would be really, really frustrated to get all the way back to the final thing that we need to try and do, just to figure out that it doesn't work, right? The hard drive didn't insert and we can't complete the mission because it just floated off somewhere in the chamber and we're never gonna get it back anyway. So I think we're just gonna sort of take what we got, gave it a good try. I'll come back later. Maybe we'll try again on... No, I don't think we'll try again on Saturday. I think we have a plan for Saturday already, but maybe we'll do something next week if we got a little time, just to give it one more shot. I feel like, you know, at least now I know everything that I'm supposed to do for the mission, and I can kind of outfit myself accordingly. So, or at least, you know, prepare a little bit more. So we're gonna take what we've got, we're gonna fly home, and we'll call it a night.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle
The real question is, am I gonna have the room to take everything that I want to? Right, because I left a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so yeah, well, I don't care about that, so can we move some stuff in here? Right, just sort of populate these like that. And then can I take the shirt? Perfect. Alright. We are loaded up. Head home. A little weird. I don't know. I appreciate, you know, as much as it would have been nice to complete it, I appreciate that it is not a walk in the park, right? There's stuff to discover, there's actual challenges to overcome. It's not just like walk in Texas Red and shoot everything up and just get out of there easy peasy, right? There's some actual challenge to it. There's some actual things to figure out. I appreciate that. hangar to open up. We're gonna plot our route. Hopefully everything works fine. Okay, clear routing. Clear there. Good to go.
Shields offline.
There's our target, baby. Good old Crusader.
Drive is now on.
Come on, game, you can do it. There we go.
Quantum drive is now off.
I think it's gonna be nighttime when we get there.
Quantum drive.
I'm gonna go ahead and start saying my my wrap up stuff while we take it home. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. Thank you for coming over with the raid. I hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I hope y'all spent it in good company. I hope you had good food, even if it wasn't Thanksgiving for you, even if you're outside of America, outside the US. I hope you had a really good Thursday. I hope you also had some good food. Everyone deserves good food. And I appreciate you deciding to spend some of your Thanksgiving here with me. I'm very thankful for all my chooms. I'm thankful for your support. I'm thankful for you wanting to be here and watching me do some silly drawings and play some silly games. None of this would really be possible without you guys, so I really appreciate it. And I appreciate you. Saturday. So the plan for Saturday is we're gonna be playing Shantae. Type of Mario. I know we went so over time, and we started an hour early. We are overworking, but we're having fun. And that's the important part. So yeah, Saturday we're gonna be playing more Shantae. I think there's a decent chance we might be able to beat the game because I don't think it's very long. So please look forward to it. Hope to see you all there. And then on the art side of things, we're going to be starting on our D&D character design exercise.
Okay, looks like we have a space for you.
So we have the poll that is still up, so I will be tallying the results of the poll Saturday, let's say. So if you have not voted and you want to help decide what race and class we're going to be creating, please go over and let your voice be heard. And I think I'm not sure what part we're gonna get to per se, but you know, we're gonna sort of see what the results are. And I think, you know, first step is gonna be doing a lot of like decision making about like what sort of visual influences and cultural influences we want to include. But I think it'll be a good time. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, I hope to see you all there. There we go. There we go. Oh, she got a big butt.
Sisters shot at the right arson.
There we go. Normally I would strip out of all my equipment, but since I figure next time I play I'm going to try and do the facility again, I'm just going to keep most of it on. Also, out of curiosity, okay, so this is a 40% damage reduction armor. That's pretty good. Alright, so push all that in. And same for you. And same for you. And we'll just clear the grenades and such out. Nice. Alrighty. Let's go back to the landing page while I close this dang game out, and we'll figure out who we're gonna raid. It is very late, but certainly somebody's gotta be on, right? Alright, I'm gonna quit the game and hopefully nothing explodes in the process. It can always be a little bit finicky on the way out, but it's fine. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube VOD. Everyone say goodbye to the VOD squad and wish them a happy Thanksgiving. We're gonna go see who we can raid tonight. Let's see.